Hello. Okay. Program for the day. Set up CI, design. Hello, Penguin. Uh, design client sync. Okay, there's a bunch of steps. So I got a machine. To do. Uh, we already have one. If you look into my account, um, there is. So I'm running these commands one by one. Uh, 404 not found. What? Did we already fail? What did we just create? For show URL. Um, that's this. Arch runner version. I think it's runner version the problem. Oh. Oh yeah, it's straight up empty. What happened here? Oh, don't tell me that we don't have curl. Oh, we don't have curl. We don't have JQ. We don't have any of this shit. APT update. Hmm. Okay, now we have a runner version. So hopefully, these requirements should also mention curl and wget. And why are we using wget, then some curl, then, well, anyway. 404 not found again. Fuck. Oh, it's because we need to rerun this. There we go. We finally got the runner. So I'm gonna keep checking the signature. I think we can trust it. I will trust it. Okay. There we go. Use add create runner. If the runner will be using Docker or root full Podman through the Docker shim, ensure the runner user has access to Docker Podman socket. You are using Docker run this. I don't know, but I think it doesn't hurt. Yeah, group Docker doesn't exist. Do I need to install Docker first? How does that work? They need to be installed and configured independently. Uh, oh man, all these fucking uh nested Matryoshka dolls of Docker containers. That's ass. Registering the runner. That is something that we need to do. Hello, Zen of Zig. Hmm. So I don't know. Do I just install Docker? Do I want Docker at all? I don't think we want Docker at all. I don't think we do want any of that. What happens if we skip this stuff? So enter the runner account. And from here, follow registration instructions. Okay. Who am I? Runner, of course. Then you need Docker to use runner. No, I don't know. Um, you can run the GitHub Actions runner without Docker. You don't need to have Docker in that case, for example. So let me fix my camera a little bit. So the idea is that you use Docker if you want isolation between your CI runs, but if you don't care about isolation, then you can just run this stuff immediately in the server. Who cares? Okay, so this is saying home runner, perfect. Registration instructions. Copy the key and then and then register. Okay. I don't know. RC4 hat snare. Oh, labels. Ubuntu Docker. Node bookworm Ubuntu Docker? No. Arch 64 Linux. Self-hosted. These are the ones that we want, I think. Okay, so we registered. Enabling IPv6 in Docker? We don't care. If you run this action with Forjo runner exec, you should expect this job to fail. Packaging. Okay, but we're not doing Nix. Yeah, one task at a time. Timeout 3 hours. Sure. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Will this be pure Zig or will involve other stuff like Elixir or RabbitMQ? No, this will be pure Zig. Maybe will involve us. It already does. Sorry. Let me just refresh my voice. So, no, this is pure Zig. It already involves some C libraries for like audio compression. We will probably have more C libraries for video compression. But like RabbitMQ, Elixir, nah, any of that crap. None of that crap. We do everything ourselves from scratch. You don't really need any of this stuff to implement an application of this kind. I mean, you can do it using those for sure, but uh, nowhere near as fundamental as one might think. Okay, starting the runner. So you do daemon. Can we start running daemon? And then you can run it as a systemd service after that. Okay, this is all well and good. Nothing to say about this. Let's run it manually and see if it runs CI correctly. Daemon. Oh, daemon script was written differently. Oh god, I don't have my arrows. Okay, give me a sec. How do you upload ghosty data to a server? SSH. There we go. This. Okay. I still don't have this stuff. Oh man. Error. Daemon Docker engine socket not found. Docker host config was invalid. Okay, so we need to have Docker installed. Unless it's a config thing. Maybe it's configured by default to run with Docker, but then you can do it also without Docker. Let's see. Capacity 1, blah, blah, blah. Timeout, env, blah, blah, blah. Cache, sure. Container. No, it's hmm. I don't know. Let's install Docker. Okay, now it's more complicated than that. Let's scroll up. Let's see at the part where it says that you need to install Docker bullshit. Uninstall old versions, but I don't have anything. Docker desktop or Linux. No, I want the like server. Oh, well, about that. So this is giving me instructions for AMD 64, which is not the architecture that we have. So maybe we should really go for the official docs. Add Docker's official. Okay, let's do this. Just copy it all, paste it all. Jesus, how much stuff do you need to install? Okay. Okay, so we have Docker. So that means that now we need to give access to Docker to this user. Okay. So now sudo su runner. There we go. Now it's running. It's Dockerizing. Hello, Scott. We're Dockerizing hard. Here's my runner. So now what can I edit? Can I edit the description? Oh, and that's it. I can't edit any of the other things. Oh, okay, fine. So now we need to go to CI and change it to use self-hosted Arch64 Linux. Or actually, well, self-hosted for sure. Runs on self-hosted. Okay, on this push, we should already see this job be picked up by this runner. So I'm looking forward to see logs here and this here. There we go. So it did pick up a job. Start image node 22 bookworm. It's running a bunch of Docker shit. No questions asked. Cool. Set up Zig. Saving cache. Oh shit. Sudo command not found. What? What? What the fuck does that even mean? Sudo command not found. Wait a second. Are we not starting from the same image that we were starting every other thing before? Oh no, definitely not. We were not using the same image. Why are we defaulting to that image then? Um, is this part of the config? Container, network, enable options. Work their parent, Docker host for spool, host work their parent. Okay, who decides the starting image? It has to be a runner config because I didn't change the YAML file, and the only thing that changed is which runner we're well running. Docker in Docker. Okay, we need to figure out the where the default image is decided. I bet you they will have some cool docs about this in the Ziglang organization. Log level to debug. Clear jobs 1 is fine. Honestly, we really don't care about any of these other stuff in our case much. Yeah, we need to do the system D stuff. Launch the macOS, right? But wait. So none of these talks about the starting image. Git node 20 plus. Also, wait, is this running without Docker? How does that even work? Wait a second. So this seems to be running the daemon without Docker. Hmm. Okay, what was the command for the config stuff? Generate config. Oh god, don't damn it. Exit. Do we have Helix? Oh god, Helix is not packaged in distros. That is so annoying. Ubuntu dash latest colon docker colon node 20 bookworm. Wait a second. Oh, I think that's what is it. That's what it is. If I do host, this is gonna run tasks. Labels of a runner are used to determine which jobs the running can run and how to run them. Why is this decided in a label? But I get it now. So we were supposed to set up labels. Um, we're missing like colon host to run the stuff on the host. We're missing I don't know, like Docker, blah blah blah, something else to run this stuff on Docker, something else. Like this Node 20 bookworm, that's bullshit. Yeah, man. Can you please get Flow packaged for Ubuntu? I'll happily install. I tried to install Helix a moment ago, but I couldn't even get that one. If you get Flow in APT, I'll be happy to install it on servers. I'm connected to a server right now. There's a web installer for Flow. Oh, Okay, fuck it. Let's go. No. Okay. Uh-oh. Wait, this is old as fuck. Okay, there we go. Um, oh, this guy has a different config file. Invalid project directory. Okay. Okay, there we go. So it's in the labels. That's where we fucked up. Um, if it's empty when registering, we'll ask for inputting labels. Fuck. So we failed because we should have done colon host. Okay, so for show. Can we re-register? Oh no, okay, I see. It's we have created local files. Yeah. So for show runner, Demon. Okay, so now if I look at my runners, guy shows up the same way. But what if I rerun this job? Cannot find node in path. Okay, so now it's failing because it needs node. Oh, so that means that we can kill um so apt uninstall Docker. So fuck you. Oh shit. No, it's more complicated. It wasn't just Docker, it was a bajillion things. Oh god. Okay, we need to look at the Docker docs for this, but okay, we can install node in the meantime. Or not. is it Node.js? It is Node.js. Okay. Rerun. Come on, pick up the job. There we go. Actually, the system dependency step is bad. We should remove it because we don't need to do it over and over. We just need to do it once and then we're good. I actually suspect that this step is gonna fail. Maybe it has already failed. So let's look at CI. Uh-oh. Let's do this. Yeah. I'm setting up a self-hosted Hetzner box. Also, there's this system that Forjo uses where runner labels dictate whether the job, whether tasks get run on the host inside Docker, and also which base image is used by Docker, which is such a weird way of doing it. Um, but what can I say? Okay, so let's kill this. Uh, tu- 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 tu. Yeah, I know. I saw it. This stuff has been canceled. Yeah, so we cancel this stuff, kill the job. Um, so we want to change our CI stuff. Basically, want to comment this out because we don't want to do this. New action. We need to start the runner though. There we go. I also need to uninstall Docker. God damn it, man, Docker. Although I guess that if Docker, we're not doing anything with it, we can just leave it there in case we ever need it in the future. I don't know. There we go. Oh, I thought it did work. What the fuck? Where's my output? Yo, where's my output? I'm expecting the build to be done and there's a summary. I'm expecting that because also I don't see Zig build CI running anymore. Oh no, maybe oh, you know what? We were running the build. We were building the build script, I think, and now we're building the actual thing. Yeah, it's down here. I'm surprised. Wait, shouldn't these guys like be taking up more resources? Oh yeah, no, there is somebody taking all the resources. Tool cache. Why? Why is this command doing this? Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the build invocation. Okay, so that sounds good. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I was expecting my $3, sorry, €4 a month CI to be more powerful than this. What can I say? Maybe we should change and allow it to do 2 jobs at a time. But nah, no, that doesn't matter. Never mind. On self-hosted runners, it will straight up just cache the SIG binary on the system. So what is it gonna be? 5 minutes per target? There we go. Did we do one? No. God damn it, man. Come on. I'm impatient. Yeah, it's a clean build. Hello, Diablo. I mean, still, it is kind of slow. I was expecting more from these ARM machines. A lot cheaper and faster. Yeah. But if I run it on a real computer, then a real computer, then I need to worry about security more. I would need to have a machine. I could do that with with an M1 Mac. I have an M1 Mac that I could purpose for this. That would give us a Mac machine, among other things. There's a Python 3 running. Why is there a Python 3 running, dude? What are you doing right now? Unattended upgrades. Wait for signal. Build lib. We're build libbing. Hmm. Maybe I was too optimistic. Maybe these ARM machines are not so good. Maybe the equivalent. Oh, so audio test failed. I guess everything else succeeded. Okay, so we can. I guess we can remove audio test from CI, or we can fix it. Why is audio test failing? Oh, it's because Andrew made some changes but didn't make it compile. Um, my guess is that he doesn't care about audio test. At the end of the day, that's stuff that would help him. So remove audio test. Then going to the build script. Let's remove the CI step at this point entirely. And then we go in CI and we change this from Zig build CI to just Zig build. With Zig build now. You know what? Let's put this in the same commit. Fuck it. Okay, so now we should have some stuff cached. So this should be faster. So this took on the task, it seems, and it is running. Oh, okay, the UI was a bit slow at updating. So this should be faster in theory now. In any case, I think we are basically at the end of setup CI. Uh, hmm. Also seems that we're doing fine with memory because it seems that we're not using a ton of it. Awebo. Sorry, I don't have an Awebo command. I don't really use much commands. Like I think the bot. I have a bot that exists, but it's not really well configured. So if you want to know what Awebo is, go to codeberg.org. There we go. Be aware that it's like heavily work in progress. So we don't really have much to show for now. I had calls working over the network, and Andrew just regressed it. So that's it. Is Bork going to get a web support? No GitHub? Sure. If you want GitHub, you can have it, but it's a mirror. We were developing on Codeberg. We're not developing on GitHub. We're leaving GitHub. It's I think it's time for GitHub to, start venturing into the sunset. What's the reason for Codeberg? Never heard of it. Well, it's more like there's a reason to not use GitHub, and then once you start looking for alternatives, Codeberg is a reasonable one. Well, if you haven't seen this, GitHub Safe Sleep. Let's see what's on the internet about this. The curious case of Safe Sleep. I guess you can read this article from the register. In general, this whole Safe Sleep is pure cringe. Also, here's the funny thing. You see this guy? So this guy complaining about Safe Sleep here. This is Amlag here in chat. So basically, we discovered that our runners on GitHub were stuck, had been stuck for weeks, burning CPU, like busy looping in a bash script. And like basically with GitHub, if you want to have a runner, like a machine run, 3, 4, 5 jobs in parallel, you kind of want to set up one instance of the runner per core, roughly speaking. And we basically had like this 8-core machine or something like that, maybe 12. And like 4 of those were unusable because 4 instances of the runner were stuck busy looping for weeks inside of this stupid bash script. To make a long story short, there's an update process that wants at some point to sleep, waiting for another process to be done and have exited. But for some reason, Microsoft thinks that you might not have sleep on your computer, and also you might not have ping, so you might not have a way of sleeping, which is, I don't know, weird. And so they came up with safe sleep.sh. Spoilers, it's not safe and it does not sleep. The only the file extension is correct. It is a shell script. That's the only thing that is not lying to you. So what does this thing do? Well, this fucking thing. This is the old version. Where's the new version? The new version is this. It basically keeps busy looping until a seconds variable becomes equal to the input that was given. So basically, seconds is a magic variable that Bash will increment automatically every second. The problem is that if your machine is busy and this script doesn't get scheduled, so let's say that you want to sleep for 3 seconds. So it loops with 0 different than 3, so it loops again. 1 different than 3 loops again. 2 different than 3 loops again. 3 different than 3, no, so it doesn't loop and breaks and the thing ends. But if if this whole script doesn't get scheduled for 1 full second, so if it does not get scheduled because the machine is busy, when seconds equals 3, then what you end up doing is the situation where you do 2 different than 3, then stops for a second, and then it goes 4 different than 3, 5 different than 3, 1,000 different than 3, a million different than 3, and so it never exits anymore. And it keeps burning your CPU. So we basically had like this CI that was always like falling behind, and we couldn't understand what the fuck was going on. And it turns out that that was it. It's a joke, and this is one problem. There are actually way more. There are more problems with GitHub, not just this one. This one is just particularly easy to explain and absurd. But there's more. So for Zig, the Zig compiler project, we just could not keep using GitHub. Like it was an actual problem because CI kept having issues of a variety of issues. So we had to move somewhere else, and Codeberg is where we landed. So is Codeberg super turbo cool? No, Codeberg is not super turbo cool, but Codeberg has one property which is nice. Codeberg is essentially a non-profit organization. So they're not, going all in with AI. They're not pivoting to do some other dumb shit. The problem with GitHub is that it used to be that Microsoft cared about having GitHub be something good, having GitHub be the front repo of the internet in a sense. But now with AI, the thing that changed, the priority changed, and so now Microsoft cares milking out of GitHub training data for Copilot and then selling Copilot to users of GitHub, and everything else is falling into the background. So it's fading into the background. So another thing that CI was doing recently, they started basically assigning tasks to runners out of order. So you would have like a PR that would run, that basically would be waiting for its turn to access CI for like days, and then at some point that CI job would fail at it would time out at the control plane level. Like instead of GitHub, it would time out because it would have never been assigned to a CI runner, and we don't know why the CI runners would not pick up those jobs, and until you had the PR that would go red, and you didn't know why. And I don't know what would happen if you tried after that to like reschedule the job again, if it would actually work the second time or not, or what. So it was weird. So long story short, GitHub is falling apart. GitHub has been falling apart for a while. Again, I could probably spend like 2 good hours enumerating all the things that are like clearly in a state of abandonment at GitHub. And so it's time to move somewhere else. As I was saying, Codeberg is not particularly cool, but it's not going to enshittify like other things. Building SDL. Okay. Right, because we need a job to succeed for cache to be saved, right? Although, do we not keep the cache by virtue of running on the host? Anyway, let me read what people are saying. Oh yeah, and now GitHub wants to charge you for using your own runners, which is another hilarious choice. Did you see that we are going to charge for actions blog post mention updating the core architecture, the timing of which lined up with Andrew declaring main branch anarchy due to vibe scheduling? Yeah. Doesn't GitLab have all of this? It does, absolutely. Although I don't know if they are a non-profit. They're not. GitLab is a startup. They are pumped full of VC money. So I can promise you that GitLab eventually is gonna shit itself. Just like GitHub. Or rather, not in the exact same way, but it will shit itself in another way. It's inevitable. When VC money goes in, you know, an order of magnitude more money has to come out, or the thing needs to fail. They are not aiming for sustainable businesses. So, um, um, maybe something is broken. No, I don't think it's broken. Here's my guess. My guess is probably that the runner cleans the, like, resets the directory where it runs the job. So we don't get basically to reuse the Zig cache if the run fails. I think that once this succeeds, if this runs to the end to completion successfully, then we will save and restore the cache. And I think that then everything will be fine. That's my guess. We'll see. In any case, so GitLab is guaranteed to eventually give you the same problem. And it's not just GitLab. I mean, nobody wants to use Atlassian, right? Like if I were to say Bitbucket, nobody's excited about using Bitbucket. But let's say that we wanted to use Bitbucket. Well, guess what just happened? By the way, brace yourselves because this is absurd. Bitbucket, GitLab. Let's see if we have news. GitLab. Runner price change. Where is it? Oh, this is GitHub. Okay, let me see if I can find the GitLab news that I wanted to show you. No. Okay, give me a sec. I'll fetch it. Okay, check this out. Fuck. I should press the one button that I should not have pressed. Check this out. Announcing powerful upgrades in the new pricing model for self-hosted runners. So, pricing, licensing per concurrent build slot. Why? What? Why? Oh, because what was causing this? Who's doing this shit, man? Okay, self-hosted runners V5 and above will be licensed based on the maximum number of concurrent builds that can be executed across your workspace's pool of runners. $15 per month per concurrent build slot. So you have a 8-core machine. To have the right to use your 8-core machines, you have to give $15 per month to Atlassian per core. So the point is, to conclude, GitHub is going to shit. GitLab has VC money. Atlassian is another company, and Atlassian decided to charge you $15 per month per concurrent build on your own self-hosted runners. So you cannot trust any of these people. You cannot trust any of them. It is guaranteed that the whole thing will become worse and worse. Every month that passes, everything becomes worse, more shit, more expensive, jankier, in a higher state of abandonment, while these fucking moronic companies keep chasing the AI dream, and you get left in the dust. So that is why we're using Codeberg. And it's not just Codeberg. We're using also every.org for donations. And while none of these companies is perfect, obviously, at least they don't do this stupid shit all the time. Like, these companies are constantly turning into this type of monster. So that's why not GitLab. It's running on the host because setup Zig overrides the cache there, but setup Zig should save the cache regardless of failure. I think it did, but the previous run didn't finish building SDL. Cache directory is 0 bytes. Keeping it intact. Saving Zig cache. Cache size 320 megabytes. Okay. Well, one build succeeded. We'll see what comes from this. How did I miss this? Jared Palmer, SVP of GitHub, VP Core AI Microsoft. We know we have work to do maintaining our own open source surfaces for GitHub Actions. That being said, I wanted to address what was discussed and also what's next for GitHub Actions. With respect to safe sleep in self-hosted runners, note this never impacted GitHub hosted runners. Of course. Of course, it never did because everything is ephemeral in that case. In a sense, the overhead, it's kind of built in, right? You don't need an external source of inefficiency. You're already very inefficient on your own. We fixed the implementation causing an infinite loop on August 14th and cut a new runner release in October. So this bug has been fixed. Awesome. And released for a month or so. We missed closing the related issue as part of that release and then close it on December 1st. Yeah, but this stuff was open for more than a year. So as for burning CPU while sleeping, this is obviously not great just from a quality of engineering perspective. But this was an intentional change away from relying on the OS sleep to address a customer case where it didn't work when sleep was not available. We are fixing this now to use sleep if it's present and fall back to this implementation only if it's not available. The script is only used in 2 scenarios: updating the self-hosted runner when the new version is available and recovering from an unhealthy termination. With the infinite loop issue fixed, the CPU inefficiency, while still not great, should have very little real impact on self-hosted runner CPU utilization and 0 GitHub Actions billing impact on customers. The biggest impact is customer configs using multiple self-hosted runners on the same machine. In that case, during the seconds that the sleep is running during an infrequent update or after an unhealthy runner termination, the other runners would suffer from CPU consumption. All of this is completely unrelated to any sleeps within workflow and jobs themselves. As for file hash issue number 3, our hosted runner image update started running out, blah, blah, blah. Okay. GitHub Actions is a core primitive of GitHub and important to its future. Last year, GitHub gave away 11.5 billion build minutes for free to open source projects, which I think is about $184 million. The Actions team priority for the last 18 months has been on scaling and reliability. Awesome. Truly awesome. Goodbye. Yeah, the change requested by the customer. Yeah. Isn't Zig too low level for something like Discord? Higher level languages would be more appropriate, methinks. Ads even in YouTube. Enjoy. I'm sorry. I can't do anything about it. It's an ad life. So isn't it too low level for something like Discord? Well, I would disagree. I would argue that higher level languages are too inefficient for doing well something like Discord. Discord itself is a web application running um, in Electron. And for example, every time I am encoding a video for YouTube, Discord crashes. Guaranteed. Like goodbye Discord, because it poops itself, because there is no more memory available while I'm encoding the video, and then it dies. It would be nice if Discord did not die in those circumstances, but it's written in JavaScript, and in JavaScript you just do not have a way of managing memory allocation failure, and so dying is the only thing that Discord can do. Then more in general, there's also the fact that we want to implement ourselves a lot of audio and video processing stuff, and you want that to be efficient, and you can't really implement this stuff natively in a high level programming language. It just doesn't work. And so you know what happens? That those high level programming languages end up depending on C libraries. They do that all the time. You basically end up using C with extra steps. That can be sometimes advantageous, so it's not necessarily an inherently bad idea, but I thought Discord was Elixir plus Rust. You're talking about the server. Oh, I see. I was talking about the client. I guess you were talking about the server. We're doing that in Zig also, and we're going to make something more efficient than what Discord does, thanks to the fact that we're using a lower level programming language. I love when companies multiply how much they're giving away. They're charging by how much they gave away to give a dollar amount to what they gave away. Yeah, absolutely. You know what? It's kind of like when game publishers say, or like a video, like movie companies say, "Oh, this thing was pirated X times, and so we lost X, and so we have like X millions of dollars worth of lost revenue." But the reality is that, dude, it's not like that all the people that pirated the thing, if it wasn't piratable, are guaranteed to buy it. They wouldn't. Like if GitHub didn't give me free shit, I wouldn't have bought their service otherwise. I would get my €4 a month runner on Hetzner, or set it on my computer and call it a day. Okay, so CI was set up correctly, almost. We're missing one thing. We are missing demonizing this guy. Cancel in progress jobs during shutdown. No, dude. That's this warn line is wrong. I suppose they might be doing the right thing with the Twitter post, but I somehow doubt it. Well, sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by doing the right thing. Because I guess there's a few different ways in which you could look at it. In my opinion, when it comes to like the business move, that was a good tweet from them. Like that is the kind of tweet that a senior vice president of GitHub should write. They did clarify some misconceptions, so they made sure. So here's what they were doing. They were like doing damage control, right? They were making sure to clarify, prevent some confusion. So for example, people might be thinking that safe sleep, it is guaranteed that somebody out there is thinking that safe sleep affects also them because they have a sleep in one of their scripts somehow, or that what they are being charged by GitHub Actions using GitHub provided runners has been inflated because of the existence of safe sleep. So there's guaranteed that there are people out there that have these misconceptions. So the tweet post was making sure that those misconceptions would be addressed. And then it also, did a sleight of hand trick in the beginning, because it was, omitting the fact that thing had been reported and a fix had been PR'd for more than a year, during which they completely ignored it. But it did point out that once they did merge the fix, then they forgot to close the issue. So basically, what they are implying there is that the people that are making a big deal of it are basically, how can I say? They're implying that we think it took them a while because they forgot to close the issue, not because they weren't fast at actually addressing the issue, which is an absolute lie. It's a, like it's a flat out, complete, absolute like politician level lie. But that's what a SVP at Microsoft should be doing, and so they did that, and so that's like good on them, I guess. Um, but I think that regardless of that post, we've seen where things are headed. We don't have visibility of what's happening at Microsoft right now, obviously, so things could potentially change. But but people in chat, genuine question: would you expect the race towards AI to change at all in the next like couple of years? I wouldn't expect anything to change. I would expect these companies to still want to go all in on AI, still try to cram it in every nook and corner, still taking away my manpower from other things that are non AI. And so I wouldn't expect any of the incentives at Microsoft to change in the next few years at all. And because of that, I feel like I can predict that GitHub is not going to get any better, like regardless of what the guy says in that tweet. Who and what remains once the bubble bursts? Yeah, that is a good question. That is a good question indeed. You know, the funniest, well, the saddest part of this whole story is that AI by itself is not even that bad. It's like it's cool technology. Like go back in time a few years, tell people that we've been able to achieve this, and you would blow their fucking mind. But somehow these companies found a way of making AI completely unpalatable. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. They took something that was potentially pretty cool and made it absolute shit. Uh, and made it absolute shit. And then you have the weirdest reactions from people. Like, look at this. Lobsters. Agent psychosis. Are we going insane? Many of us got hit by the agent coding addiction. It feels good. We barely sleep. We build amazing things. Every once in a while, that interaction involves other humans, and all of a sudden, we get a reality check that maybe we overdid it. The most obvious example of this is the massive degradation of quality of issue reports and pull requests. As a maintainer, many PRs now look like an insult to one's time, but when one pushes back, the other person does not see what they did wrong. They thought they helped and contributed, and get agitated when you close it down. Uh, like what? Like what the fuck is going on, man? Yes, yeah, people are going insane. Like, uh, I see people develop parasocial relationships with their AIs. Are you talking about like people wanting to boink their AIs? Get heavily addicted to it. Create communities where people reinforce highly unhealthy behavior. How did we get here, and what does it do to us? Yeah, bro, I don't know. Like you guys are not doing well. That's I don't know what to say. Holy shit. Hmm. I spent my whole day talking to Codex and Claude all day. RIP. Company mandated usage. I'm sorry. Let's see. My experience at Google showed me that what people say they would like, if it's not their actual priority, their managers score them on, is just talk. Yeah. Um, I think I think there are like some common sayings about this. I forget what those are, but yeah, basically, I guess you just maybe follow the money applies. That's kind of the idea. Yeah, none of that is gonna change for Microsoft. So okay, let's finish setting up DCI. Um, so Docker this, Docker that. Docker in Docker. Man, we don't care. No Docker, god damn it. Where's the installation guide? Where's the systemd service stuff? There we go. Copy this file to here. Then run systemctl daemon reload. Okay, I think that we need to exit this to make this work. For your runner, this file. Unit description for your runner, blah, blah, blah. Docker actor, Docker service, blah, blah, for your runner daemon. Bin kill as hoop main pid. There's no config file. I think we're fine with no config file. User runner working the right from home runner, restart on failure, timeout sacked, restart sacked, wanted by multi-user target. Okay. So now we can do systemctl daemon reload. And if everything works, run enable for your runner. Okay. Unit for your runner dot service cannot be found. Oh, I typed it. Active, running. Yeah, log looks fine. Okay. Okay, so we should be done. Okay, we have CI. What else do we want to work on next? Design client sync. Yeah, let's work on designing client synchronization at this point. Let's see. Yeah, it's mind-blowing tech, insanely cool, but the way it's being used and pushed, it's just obnoxious. It completely overshadows its potential. I agree. I agree. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a very quick break, refill my teacup, so what are we going to do next, more specifically? So here's what I'm going to do. I want to work on like fully fleshing out client synchronization when it connects to a server. It already kind of works. I just want to make it like work. But also, I think it's not. This should not be knowledge that I'm the only one that has. So I'm going to create a directory called design, and then inside design, we are going to create a markdown file that explains how client-host synchronization should work, and then we implement it based on that specification, and then we tell all the people that that file exists so that they can, well, read it and also gain this knowledge, and maybe also find out flaws in the design. So this is going to be what we do next. So give me a sec, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Anybody in here know when Zig 1.0 would happen? Approximately maximum 3 years, 5 years. I wish to relearn and maybe introduce a word, but the constant changes make me nervous. There is no specific timeline for 1.0. It's kind of it's gonna be ready when it's gonna be ready thing. I will tell you that we will not rush tagging 1.0. So that means that Zig will be stable and perfectly usable in production for most definitions or productions way before we tag 1.0. So if you want to make a parallel, think of the history of Go more than the history of Rust. Rust is a language that tagged 1.0 fairly quickly, and they have this concept of editions where they can maintain backwards compatibility, but also keep changing the language and add new stuff. While on the other hand, Go was kind of more conservative, right? Go is more of the boring language. We're kind of going for something more like Go than Rust in that sense. So that means that if you want to really optimize your adoption of Zig, my recommendation is to keep sniffing around the project from time to time. Do invest some time in learning it a little bit. Like the language already today is stable enough for you to learn stuff and not have your learning be wasted. Sure, the standard library changes. And the reintroduction of async IO has changed a lot of conventions, but like your knowledge of Zig is still gonna work and transfer one to one. So because this is a change in the standard library, it's not a change in the language itself, and the language itself is not gonna change much. So my point is, if you do this work, then you will be in a position to really have a good understanding of when is the best time for you to start using Zig. I would, if you instead just go by the number, like if you just wait for the 1.0 number, I can guarantee you're going to be late. And maybe that's fine. You know, maybe you're busy and you prefer to do other stuff with your life. So obviously that's fine. But you're not going to do the optimal choice at that point. You will end up waiting more than what you would otherwise. Okay. So we're doing design. We need to pull stuff. Oh, you know, also what maybe what we could do. Um, so here's one thing that I had in mind that uh I haven't pulled the trigger on yet. Um, so we were asking for an organization, and I think that giving an organization to Awebo is not a bad idea. Unfortunately, Awebo itself um is taken, and so I have a Awebo community and I have a Awebo chat. A Awebo chat seems to be the more appropriate organization. The only problem is that what I have with this is that chat is kind of chat might end up being a little bit restrictive, like not restrictive, but like um, be a bit like of an understatement, depending on how Awebo ends up shaping up. Multi-arity. Oh, when do we get multi-arity functions in Zig? You mean like variadic functions? Zig has no variadic functions. I think it used to have variadic functions, and it lost them. So we're not going to have variadic functions. You can use a tuple for variadic functions. So like we can already have essentially the same effect. It's just slightly different syntax. Multi-arity a la closure. Yeah, I think you're talking about functions that accept a variable number of arguments, right? So that is done via tuples. You basically add a tuple argument to your function, and that's how you do that. Not a dedicated language feature for it. Okay, so I'm thinking a Weibo chat might be fine. I don't know if we should start moving stuff in here. Hey, Jim. In any case, we can leave that for later. So design. What about Awebo devs? Why devs? By the way, if you like this, feel free to copy it. And you know what? Actually, I think I could make this even better. Let me see. Flow. F fish functions. Fish prompt. So here I have my fish prompt, and this colors the state. But we can even do something better, right? Because we can also do status color, last status normal. And then where does suffix come into play? Oh, there we go. Status color, suffix normal. So in here we can do this, I guess. We can do set suffix. Oh man. And we can either do this or we can find a Unicode. That went root. Yeah, I could also do that, although I'm never root on this machine. Unicode. I don't know, Unicode table. And then we can try to find an X that has that the right accent on top. Or we could try to combine them. Although I did find O's with a rounded accent on top, so I didn't have to compose them myself. So I'm not sure you can do. Oh, but there's an R with that accent. So you see that there is something. Is it a single thing or is that a mix? There we go. So can we do this? It doesn't paste as anything. Is this isn't a single eye more of a likeness? Uh you're right. A single eye would be in some ways more appropriate, wouldn't it? But I think that it's normal to put both eyes, like to kind of squash both eyes. Although I agree, this also has I didn't think about it. This has it has some potential. So how do I combine an X with this thing? Hmm. Oh, there we go. It works here. No. There we go. So I don't know. That also works. Maybe this can be combined with something better than just an X. Maybe there's like a circled X that looks even more like dead eyes. With a dash for closed eyes. Yeah, good point. Although I was thinking of that eyes more than just closed. I don't think any of these alphabets are have what I'm looking for. Oh, this would be. Wait a second. Now I'm curious. Oh no, it doesn't work. Well, this font doesn't work. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Will this work in here? Oh, wait, it did. It does in here. It works. So this prompt has a font that supports it, but here it does not. That is sad. Nah, these guys. Wait, how do I go to those? Oh, this one could be cool. That also is not well supported. Hmm. Nah, that doesn't support it. The multiply X sign. Nah, that looks cool. Maybe we found it. Yeah, I would say we found it. Although you see that this is slightly different. Wait a second. Wait, how did this become this? Because you're using slightly different eyebrows, right? So that's probably why it works for you and doesn't for me. Oh, I guess we can work with this. Okay. I think that's enough. Oh no, what there's oh no, there's a bunch of these things that there we go. I guess it's fine. Delightful. We succeeded. Thank you. Awesome. By the way, if anybody wants to copy the same prompt, feel free. I have to think about the single I prompt though. This is I mean, this is true. This is true. This is reasonable. I don't know. I'm going for the double one though. You know, it's more expressive. You can you can play with the eyes a little bit more. Although it is true that it's kind of a weird perspective. It's kind of a um like a weird painting. Okay. What were we doing? Design slash client sync, not MD. Okay, client sync, not MD. Um, so what do we do in here? Client server synchronization. To. So what is the idea here? On first connection, the client wants to. Oh, all right. Let's put it this way. Um, when connected, a client wants to be up to date with all changes of state in the server that it can observe, e.g., excluding secret channels it has the user has no access to. My color scheme is AYU, AYU, and there's a few variants. I think there's like AYU dark, RU something something. Mine is the AYU something something, the one non-dark, the non-dark one. Okay. AYU Mirage, maybe, probably, yeah. So on first connection, well, when reconnecting, the client will have been up to date I'm trying to understand how to, like, in which order to explain the things. Okay, when a client disconnects, it it will have been up to date up until the last event that it observed, well, that it received from the server. A client keeps track of the following timestamps for keeps track of the following timestamps, well, like latest message received, latest user profile update observed, latest user role change observed. Also, well, latest latest channel uh update observed. So let's make this update. And so forth for all resources the client um, is aware of. On reconnection, the client communicates these timestamps to the server. The following timestamps, the following server generated timestamps. Next to the server, the full set of timestamps which then the server will use to compute a diff. Well, or not a diff, but like we'll use to filter a subset. We'll use to, let's say, select all unseen changes to communicate to the client. More specifically, um, these are the possible scenarios. These are the possible scenarios. All right, let's say there are two main scenarios. The client hasn't been disconnected for too long, or not too much activity happened in the meantime, and the server will send the client the full list of changes hmm let's say the full list of events from the latest that the client had seen up to present time. The client has been disconnected for too long, or too much activity happened in the meantime, and the server will end up sending only the newest events, e.g. newest 50 messages per channel. Well, actually, this is worded wrong because in reality, it's not like, oh, well, while you were away, we created a bajillion channels and, well, now you don't get to see all of them. No. No matter what happened to channels, you have to see everything. No matter what happens to users, you have to see everything. The only thing that it's messages. So let's say that there are I think I want to rephrase this whole thing. Uh, when it comes to resources such as roles, channels, um, such as users, roles, and channels, the client must always be updated fully. With messages, there are, with regards to messages, there are uh, a few different scenarios to be aware of. Okay. Only a handful of messages has been sent while the client was disconnected. 2. A lot of messages was sent while the client was disconnected. 3. A message, well, some messages have been edited while the client was disconnected. 4. Some messages have been deleted while the client was disconnected. For each of these scenarios and their combinations, care must be taken to ensure correctness. Client doesn't client doesn't miss updates nor sees stale data. And efficiency. Uh, Clients don't store the full message history. I think we can say this. Lots of messages. In case that lots of messages have, let's say that the default client window on messages on the default chat history window for clients is 50 messages, meaning that if the user wants to see older messages past 50, the client must client will have to send a request to the server to obtain another window worth of window size worth of all messages. Then if lots of messages have been sent while the client was disconnected, we only want to send the latest 50 to the client. What is important in this case is to make sure that the client is aware that the server is sending, well, is breaking continuity from the history the client is caching. The client has in cache. Message editing. If a message to ensure a client sees, well, so here's how it works basically. If a message was edited, the question is this message still going to be in the cache that if the message that has been edited was in the cache of the client, the question is, how do we tell the client that it needs to update that message also has been updated? So one way of doing it is that you don't send only new messages, but you send messages based on their last update time. Well, it's slightly more complicated than this, right? Because this is how it works. So the idea is that this is what the client has. Client has messages up to this point. Let's call it, well, no, let's put pipe. God. Okay, so this is what the client has. If in the meantime, not a lot happened, so like there's only a few there's only a couple new messages, and then this one was updated, then you want to give to the client this. You want to give to the client this, and this. If instead the situation is different, if instead the client has this, but then a bajillion more messages have come in the meantime, then you only want to send the client. Sorry, that's how we do it, right? No, why do I have? Why did I copy this? So if instead a bajillion messages have been sent in the meantime, then all you want to send to the client is like these final messages. And so you don't care at this point when this message was sent. Sorry, when this message was updated. Like this message could have been updated 1 millisecond ago, but you don't want to modify. You don't want to notify this to the client because the client only cares about newer messages. Like basically, this message has fallen off its window. So that's something they want to write down. Editing a message should update its last edited column in the server database. So using this column will be then possible to select messages that have been updated after the uh, latest, after, well, the corresponding client recorded timestamp. Well, after the corresponding timestamp recorded, saved by the client. That being said, care must be taken to ensure that we only send updates about modified messages if they are still in the chat, in the current history window of the client, which is independent of the last edited timestamp value. For example, consider these examples. Consider this example. I think we want like an angled thingy. Oh, look, I'm on arrows. Is there a cool arrow for me in here? No. Um, table stuff? Does it happen to be in here? No. Actually, ASCII table. Well, that's not exactly what I wanted, but I guess it might be good enough. Wait a second. Aren't table symbols part of ASCII? They're not, are they? Uh, no, man, this is not helping me. Oh, but this might be good enough. I, you know what? I'll take this. Oh man, this is disgusting. Why is there no core.init cleanup function? You mean in the client? Because core. Okay, so if you're looking at the latest changes also made by Andrew, I don't know, maybe this looks weirder now. But previously, the way it worked is that core, you launch the core function, the core run function in a coroutine, and then you cancel it. And canceling it is the init in a sense. And then it leaks stuff. Just so you know, it will leak stuff. But the init is basically canceling the run coroutine. Like look at main GUI. I think that if you look at main GUI, you can see that there is a feature that we keep around. And when you press the X button in the GUI, that cancels that feature. Excuse me? What the fuck? Why I'm typing I typing this thing and it doesn't why? Oh my god, what the fuck is going on in here? It doesn't allow me to type more than 2 at the end of the document. What the fuck? Any thought to whether messages are deleted or retained ghosted after account deletion? I have, yeah. So there's another case which I'm not, which is case number 3. Some messages have been deleted. So we need to support deleting messages. I think we need to support. I think it's like 2 main things. One is we need to have a ghost user, and when you delete an account, then you can choose whether to reassign all those messages to the ghost user or whether to delete also the messages. If you reassign them to the ghost user, you are essentially modifying them. So what I'm describing here applies. When instead you're deleting them, which you want to do because maybe you got spammed hard by some spam bot, in that case, then we need other handling for dealing with messages being deleted. What I'm describing right now doesn't cover it, but I'll get to it in a second. So this is number 1. This is number 2. We need to do number 3. So in the example, many messages have been sent to the while the client was disconnected, and a single and an older and a by now older message was modified. In this case, we don't want to send to the client the modified message because it has fallen off the active window. Note that the message might have been edited very recently, but that has no bearing over whether it should be sent to the client or not. What matters is the number of newer messages. Okay. Okay, number 3. So messages have been deleted. Also, okay, delete the messages. This is a regression because we don't have environment. So right now, known folders is enabled, doesn't work because you can see that there's an error log message related to this, and the problem is that I don't have access to environment because I cannot do juicy main because the main function is being controlled by the VUI, and the VUI has not been updated to the latest breaking changes. So basically, this is temporary while we wait for the VUI to re-expose environment, and then we can use it. Well, give it to known folders. So it's a regression. I should open an issue for it. I haven't done so. Yeah. Okay, deleted messages. Deleted messages. Um, in case messages, well, when a message is deleted, the client must be notified. I mean, this is obvious. This is not interesting. So, what is it that I want to say? So, well, if a message is deleted, what described in 2 is not enough to guarantee that the client doesn't show stale data. Message deletion requires, well, to correctly and efficiently sync clients in the presence of message deletion. Clients the server must remember when uh, the timestamp when the latest message was deleted, and must remember when the latest message was deleted. And I guess now we can do cases, right? We can say case where a message was deleted um like recently. Um yeah, let's do the examples. So consider this example client. You know what? Instead of X, we should do M for modified. Then we do D for deleted. So the idea is in one case, the message deleted, there are like three cases, right? Message deleted was very old. Hmm. So in one case, the message deleted. I think we can do it this way. Consider this example. And then it's like, well, I mean, I guess we can leave it implied. It's obvious what should happen in that case. So consider this example. A message was deleted. In an example, a message was deleted. Well, in an example, the deleted message was cached by the client and will remain inside the active chat history window after the update. In this case, the server must recognize that the date that the last deleted message timestamp falls into the client chat history window and and uh, resend the full updated window to the client communicating that what was the expression that I used earlier? The continuity was broken, i.e., the client must replace the full cache with the new data and not just merge it. If the deleted message falls off the chat history window, then there is no need to, well, then it will be automatically flushed out by the client. Okay, so this is how we deal with message deletion. Basically, message deletion um, is not a since we don't have the message itself anymore because it was deleted. Then we keep a timestamp somewhere where we like in a table in like the settings table, for example. Um, we keep this information and we use it to ensure that clients uh, drop the entire window that they have because it needs to be because it has stale data in it that we're not going to be able to tell the client that needs to be deleted because the message was deleted, so we don't have data anymore. Like we don't have a way of identifying that message anymore. Like we can't easily diff it out, and so we just say, okay, since you are uh, crossing these, like your window is crossing this date, then uh, then anything other than that, you can't trust, and you need to drop. That's the idea. Okay, so I think with this we are covering we cover everything that we need to cover. Oh no, this is wrong. There's more. There's another thing. Oh, actually, this is still part of synchronizing messages. This is the only thing. Oh, wait. Yeah. So this is about synchronizing messages. There's one more thing that we need to worry about, which is race conditions. When reconnecting and performing a host sync, the server is still will still process incoming requests, which means that it will accept new messages, modify channels, etc. Since the host sync process and other, well, let's say the host sync task and other tasks are asynchronous, it's not possible. Is this prompt for Claude? No, it's a design document for other people participating in the project. It's a prompt for humans. I guess you can chuck this stuff into Claude. Um, I don't know. Maybe we'll produce something reasonable. Right at this moment in time, I'm not interested personally in trying this out, but it would probably be a good idea to feed this, like to write this document and feed it to Claude, and then use these as the main way of tweaking what Claude uh, does. But yeah, right now I don't care. This is so that my collaborators can understand how message synchronization works, and so that everybody can be on the same page on how things should work, and also so that they can read this document and maybe notice that I forgot something, that kind of stuff. I'm too dumb to one shot things like all the cool kids do. I don't know, man. Even if, when you one shot stuff with AI, did you truly one shot it though? I don't know. Yeah, no, don't worry, don't worry. But the point is, we're not using AI. Um, it's not like we are particularly against it, but personally, I want to do this stuff myself manually. And so these kind of documents are more for humans than for AI. So since the host sync task and other tasks are asynchronous, it's not possible to guarantee that, no, to guarantee perfect continuity. It's not possible to guarantee perfect continuity between the host sync message and subsequent um, events. E.g., the same a message, for example, a new message might be part of the host. It might be part of your sync update and also be notified separately after. To guarantee that there are no holes, um, the server will sign up a client unauthenticated a client connection before starting to compute the host sync message to ensure that um, duplicated events don't um, to ensure that duplicated events are recognized. The client must take care to validate the updated. To validate the update field of an event in order to establish if the latest information was in host sync or not. A client shouldn't the initial sync is the only moment where this kind of um, fusion can happen, i.e., the server will not send duplicated or stale notifications out of order. Okay. This is the only other thing that we need to worry. I think that this covers the entirety of the synchronization things that the client has to keep in mind. I don't know if I explained it, how well I explained it, but that's, well, this is it. Okay, I think I'm going to commit. So there we go. I'm actually curious to see what CI will do now. In theory, this should be a like pretty much instant success because it just modified a markdown file. So like everything should be a cache hit pretty much. Also, here's one thing that I find suspicious. I don't know, Matt, if you're still around, but this says attempting to restore the Zig cache. Attempting restore of Zig cache, and then it doesn't say anything after that. Like, did it go well? Did it not go well? Also, this is already taking 30 seconds. I think we're not caching. I think we're not caching good. Out of curiosity, how does that look like on Zig? Oh wait, this doesn't use Zig. Right. Translate C does, right? Hmm. Jesus, what is all this stuff? Oh, it's debug logging, I guess. Well, in any case, set up Zig. Attempting to restore Zig cache. Okay, and then doesn't say anything. So I guess that's how it is. Huh. Okay. Yeah, but here we're definitely, this is not great. This is definitely not doing what it should. No, I don't want to copy this. I want to copy the link. Okay. Uh, so we can try to implement this now, or we could try to tackle some of the other things here. For example, GUI sometimes hangs on Windows. This is suspicious. Also, check this out. This says run host send exited, but we don't see run host receive exited. Why does run host receive not exit? And I think that that's gonna be part of the. This is part of the mystery. You know what? This actually used to work. So I'm now thinking that this might be a bug in Zig. So this worked for me this time. Man, there's a lot of leaked stuff. But yeah, so this does run host send exited, run host receive exited, cancelled. Okay, so let's reply to their Teufel because I think this is a Windows thing. I think this is another Windows thing. Why am I seeing this window? What the heck happened? Okay. I'm gonna give also Zig blocker. Okay. So that means that this is not something for us to be the something that we can fix. I think audio had a similar problem, and that was our fault. But audio now is gone, so there's nothing for us to do there. I think then it's time to really start working on implementing client synchronization, or rather, there's already code. It's just like now we start implementing all the quirky parts of the design. So like we need to worry about establishing what a client chat history window should look like, um, etc. Also, one thing that I mentioned here is that we're doing this for all messages, while instead we should do this per channel. Like I think that in a client, what you want is seeing the last few messages, like cache locally the last few messages per channel, and not just the last few messages period. Like you could have a channel that has a ton of activity in it, and that should not like be the only thing that you end up caching because other channels have less activity, and so they end up being like dead for you. I think this process, this whole process needs to be done like per channel. Per channel, we compute what the active chat window should be, and we send like 50 messages per channel. So here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna refill my teacup, and then we start working on this. As the internet connection, the client communicates these timestamps to the server. Oh man, this is a typo. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, this one seems to make sense to me. I'm gonna do the tea, and then we start working on this implementation. I'll be right back. Okay, tea is brewing, getting ready. Uh, so design client sync, huh? Okay, let's see how does client GUI stuff work? It still has to look the same, doesn't it? Hmm. So core feature, core run. Um. Okay, so this is still the same in here. Okay, where is the sync stuff happening? I think it's in network. So core network. Core network is where we do host sync. I think the server is good. No, actually, no. The server has a lot of computation that is missing, and I think that host sync needs also uh, host sync also is missing a bunch of stuff. So, for example, we don't have right now here the concept of maintaining continuity, breaking continuity. Also, I wonder if this is a. We mentioned that some things need to become per channel instead of being a global relative to all messages. Hmm. And I am not sure. I'm not sure we're doing it well. I also am starting to think that the problem is that in the server we are we are keeping all messages in the same buffer, but instead I think we need one per channel. We want these things to be one per channel. We want clients to have some data for every channel that they can see. That is for sure. Okay, so I think that maybe we need to start working this stuff out from the server, because ultimately the server has to do more work than the client when it comes to this stuff. Okay, so just waiting for my T stuff to be ready, and then we do it. So implement or improve client synchronization. So server run, that's where we start, and timer triggered. So this is where we do authentication, and this is where we do it's authenticate request, right? That also does the initial sync. Yeah, first authenticate reply, then host sync. Okay. So this computation of how sync needs to be m- made fancier, basically. This is right now too simplistic. Okay, let me go get the tea and I'll be right back. Ooh, I also won something. Haha. Let me see. Are we missing chat from YouTube? No, I think that everything that was sent to YouTube we saw. I won popcorn. Popcorn and tea. Not the greatest combo, but well, okay. So, what is it that we want to do here? Hosting needs to give stuff per channel. What we send per channel is a subset of what we keep in cache. So we never hit the database with this. We just need to compute uh, a subset of things to send, basically. Hmm. With, I guess, one caveat, which is modified messages. Huh. And this also doesn't cover like reactions. Hmm. I'm not sure how I want to do reactions. I'm thinking to add like a JSON column, and we just put reactions in the JSON column. Because I believe we can do structured modification of JSON values in a query. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. Okay, I'm almost done. Like I have some more, but I'm gonna stop munching in a moment. Okay. So slice front, slice back. This is from state latest messages, and this needs to be different. Definitely. We need one of these guys per channel. And the reply has essentially to be per channel. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. We need to start with this. Latest messages needs to be more complicated. So I guess we're missing the key, which is Awebo dot um channels dot ID. All right, actually, I'm not sure. Where did I put the ID? Channels dot ID. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so in when initializing, now it's more complicated because init now has to do more work. This selects all chats, and this selects all voices. Huh. Also, this distinction that I'm making between chats and voices is not great. And then here is latest messages. Hmm. What does Awebo mean? It's the noise that a bird makes. There's a type of bird that makes that noise. So that's the name of the project. I think that we need to do this. I think we need to make a more complicated query where we do grouping. We group by channel, I think. So let's say that the client window needs to be 50 messages. 50 may be too much, but let's say that it is 50. We deal with like in chunks of 50 messages at a time. So in that case, we want to write this down probably in awebo.zig. Window size. Uh, like 50. Although this window size is specific to channels and to channels, so I think it should be in here. Although to be even more specific, this has to do with textual chat window size. But I think we can claim that we can. I think we should put it here. We shouldn't put it inside chat, I think. Okay, so we put that there. Then we're gonna need to make a more complicated query. Mm, okay, so this is gonna be the select ID, blah blah blah, channel outer body from messages ordered by sending limit 128. No, so ordered by ID, the sending limit 50 group by. I think we need new lines. Maybe limit 50 can stay up. Group by channel. I think this should be our query. Although I don't know how you get results out of a query that does group by. What does this result into? You know what? I'm kind of curious to see this query. I want to run this query maybe myself to see what it looks like. Uh, Wait, how do you make cursors? Add cursor down. Uppercase C. There we go. Parsing your group syntax error. Error here. Needs aggregation functions for the non-grouped fields. Oh. So you cannot have like groups that contain multiple things. You can only do like average, mean, max first. So they can only turn into one result. Let's see what are the thank you. Let's see what are the aggregation functions. Average count, group concat. I guess group concat might be it. Maybe, probably not. Return a string which is the concatenation of all non-values, non-null values. Okay, so what I'm doing is absolutely wrong. So that means that we need to do one query per channel. Yeah, no, but in my case, so here's what I want to do. I want to select 50 rows, up to 50 rows per channel. Sorry, I want to select up to 50 messages per channel. And then have one query, lookup distinct. By the way, if you have an idea how this query should be written, feel free to paste it somewhere. Distinct is in here. And it's in select. Select distinct. I don't think that's going to be something that helps me. You know what? I think I need to select these things as like subqueries, and then I need to like join these tables. Yeah, I think it's possible in a single query, but it needs to be written completely different. You know what? I think this is time for Claude. Claude, my boy, you're up now. Database is locked. God damn it. Let me just read the scheme at least, man. You can use a window function with a row number to the number of messages within each channel, then filter to only the first 50. So select blah 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 from from select star comma row number over partition by channel order by ID. as RN. Partition messages by channel. Orders them by ID, which in each partition you can change the ordering if needed. Assigns a row number to each message within its channel. But then, why do we need to do this? Oh, because this becomes the value they've used for the cutoff. Because there's no way of saying like limit. Because you cannot do like partition by channel order by D limit 50. Or rather, this is what the AI thinks. So we don't know if that is the case or not. But okay, so what we wanted is select star over partition by channel. Hmm. Is this select star from messages? First error near partition. Hmm. So why is this not working as I typed it? Well, what if I copy this and paste it? Will this work? This works. It's not particularly interesting because we only have one channel and all messages are in that channel. So yeah, we probably need like I don't know. We need to create other channels in this database for this to be interesting. But this surprises me that this is it surprises me that this is working. So why is this working? Because we're doing over partition. Oh, I see what is going on here. So okay, so what is going on is that this is just the entries in messages, but then we are basically enhancing every row with a counter uh with a counter per channel, and then we're stopping when RN is lower than 50. This I'm not sure. I think this query might be real bad because does it actually know to stop when it reaches 50 for all channels, or does it continue because it doesn't know? Like Uh, how do you explain? Okay, so explain. Can we just do this explain? Can I modify this before sending it? No. I don't know how to read these things, so open read. Rewind, column not found. Yeah, I think this query is cursed. If you have an index on channel comma ID, SQL can use it very efficiently for individual. Well, channel ID. Do we have that index? I don't think we have that index. Messages by channel. Create index on messages channel. Is this a stupid index? Should I wait? Is this like an ill-defined index? Should I specify also the ID column? I should, shouldn't I? But I haven't done this in any other index. Is this like something that you can do either way? Hmm. Okay, let's do a second channel in it. Oh shit! And I right was busy breaking it. Let's undo. While processing query channels index 1, unique constraint failed channels.id. Oh shit. Oh, I fucked it up completely. Oh shit, what is this thing? Channel type. Oh shit. 1 and 2. So this needs to be 1 and this needs to be 2. Okay. Okay, let's run the server now. Okay, now we have 2 chat channels. Oh shit, we failed to send 4. What? That is not good. That is definitely not good. Okay, something went wrong. What happens if we reconnect? Yeah, the order is all fucked up. That's also fine. Or rather, it's not really fine. But uh, that is not a surprise. So now that we have this, we can try that query now. See if it works at least. Uh, kill the server. Let's change this to be, instead of 50, it's 3 messages per thingy. QWE123. So this works. And we actually want this to be the send. Order by desk. Yep. Uh, kinda. I mean, it's giving them to me in the wrong order, but yeah. No, okay, so we don't want this. Oh no, we want this. Order by ID desk. Like this. Can you reorder? No, to reorder you need to make a subquery, I guess. So okay. We get the new event announced? No. Okay. Explain. There's a lot of stuff going on, man. I need to learn how to read this stuff. Okay, so what does this mean? What does this mean for us? What does this mean for us? Can start redoing changes. Okay, so now in function init, what's the question? Um, I don't know. I don't even know what the question is at this point. No, I was just wondering how does the database process certain queries, and I was trying to look at the explain, but I've never learned how to read these things. So this seems to imply that it's using my index, so this should be good. Um, but that's all I know for now. Also, this seems to be doing a comparison if R3 different than R4. So this mean that um, R4 equals 1 because this is my constraint. And then this is doing the checking. It's checking if the channel matches or not. But then, wait, is this not using my index? How does that even work? Did I fuck up my index? Okay, you know what? Now I'm a little bit curious. What if I drop this? Right. Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? So by adding ID to that index, we were failing to use that index because we had a comparison in here. Uh, yeah, this is the weird part. So we had a comparison in here, then now it's gone. So it means that the way we were generating, so this means that if we listen to the AI, oh well, this was saying channel comma ID. We were not doing channel comma ID. We were doing the inverse. Okay, let's see. Let's see if the AI has something for us. Again, I don't really know how to read this stuff, so I'm kind of like YOLOing it a little bit, but this also works. I think it's the exact same. Yeah, I think this is a one-to-one. So by putting ID first is guaranteed to be wrong. Not putting ID is fine. Fuck, I closed. I should not have closed. Uh oh, but it did save. Okay, cool. Okay, let's start implementing this stuff. So, host voices, latest messages. Wait, are you saying that we're not even copying channels? Oh, this is interesting. Okay, we cannot operate like this. We need channels at this point. So this cannot be latest messages. This needs to become channels. And each entry here can have latest messages, but it also needs to have more, probably, like channel information. At this point, I think the channels need to be a union so that we can put it in here. So, for example, like channel name, um, whether it's secret or not. So, like, we really need channel, not in this sense. Wait, this thing is still alive? Huh. Um, yeah, enough with this stuff. Okay, let's make this stuff a union. And you know what? Actually, this is not like this because this is not a union. This is a struct. They have things in common. They all have a name. They all have things. Uh, so I think this whole thing needs to become channels uppercase channel, and then we do name, privacy, and then this should be kind then. Yeah. So this is how we do it. And then there's specific implementation. Instead of kind, we could call this impl. But that's kind. I guess kind is fine. I like this. I like this a lot. So there is no rename. There is no move. How do you rename a file? I guess we cannot rename a file from inside here. Oh, there's save as, but that's not what I want. Okay, now there's a bunch of things that probably don't compile anymore. We'll need to fix this. Oh, it has an ID and a name, but yeah, no, this should be shared by anybody. So no, home has a README. That is correct. Chat has neither of these things. No need for format because we give that to channel itself. Message.zig. Why does this guy want channels? Yes, he wants channel ID. Right. What is the problem now? Awebo channels.zig11 unable to load channels info not found in protocol client. Okay. There we go. And this is not voice.id, this is channel.id. Do we still need these guys? I don't even think we need them. Hey, Infinite Coder, thank you for the raid. Hello. Do. Yeah, we're not doing any of this. Channel.zig, we're not doing these guys. And this is going to be channels. There's a slice of channel. Okay, so this is going to be a big refactoring. Channels is a slice of channels, although the home channel maybe is something particular. Um, although at that point, home doesn't have to be channel. Okay, so like this, I think the home channel should go away. You know what? We're nuking it. Home doesn't exist anymore. Okay. Goodbye, home. Okay, so we do it like this. And then here we have to worry about the size of channels. I don't know, U32. The only thing I wish we had was destructuring. We have destructuring, you know? Not doesn't work for everything, but it does work. Like if you do function foo that returns struct, bool U32, or yeah, bool U32, I don't know. And then you have this function, and then somewhere else you do this const, I don't know, okay, comma, const num equals foo. This you can do. But the structuring only works with tuples, so structs that have nameless fields. So this works. You don't have pervasive destructuring like in JavaScript, but you do have it here. So I don't know. Okay. By the way, this is something that was added a while ago. It's like it's not super recent, but it wasn't there in the beginning. So it might be that at a point in time you were using Zig and you were correct in stating that there was no destructuring. So just so you know. I think I'm doing something somewhat stupid because on the client, separating these guys was useful, like separating channels, chat channels from voice channels was useful. We still want to know, uh, we still want to know what is this? This is a Awebo host. Yeah, I think these guys should go into client only at this point. Like, for example, voices should go in here, maybe. And so we were doing everything by ID. Why are we not doing this by index? Oh man, there's so much stuff that I'm gonna need to change. Brutal refactoring, truly brutal refactoring, but we gotta do it. Made bad decisions in the past, gotta fix them. Okay, let's keep going through build errors. Um, caller.zig wants voice. Why do you want voice? What do you do with it? Voice.id. So you don't need that. And then, well, again, voice.id. So protocol server. Oh god. Chat message new chat.id channels update channels const chat. And what about voice? Okay, channel.zig. Then channel chat. Pub const ID. Oh. Let's see. Host undeclared identifier voice. Yeah. Use undeclared identifier voice. Oh, that is fair. Okay, so we do want voice. Well, you know what we can do? Channel voice. There we go. God damn it. No, you know what? Voice should not be qualified. We use it way too much. Channel.zig. It's trying to use home. No, it doesn't. Why are you lying? Core UI.zig channels kind. Okay, now we're getting into the meat of the problem. Okay, channel create. So we're in client core UI. We have to create a channel, and here we're specifying the kind, right? So for kind, I guess we want to do the enum of the kind union. Kind enum. Uh, voice ID becomes channel ID. That doesn't work. Okay, let's see, where do we go with that? No field name chats in Awebo host. Right. Okay, so this is the problem. Right. This is the problem. The problem is we are using like IDs to refer to these guys, and in the slice that we put there in host right now, we lose the ability to do indexing into them. We don't want to lose that. We want to put this stuff in client only though. Chats and voices. Uh, it exists. And then instead of containing the thing, it contains a pointer to the thing. Oh, this guy has serialize and deserialize. Oof. And right now, this stuff doesn't apply anymore. Huh. So there are two problems. One thing is that channels need to be sorted. There's a sorting among them. Although, to be fair, that doesn't mean that you need to keep them in a slice, though. Even if there is sorting. Maybe we should keep the distinction between voices and channels and stuff on the client side. Maybe for now. Hmm. Yeah, this was also a list. It's just that he kept them separate. I think we need one of these data structure for channels. So instead of being specialized, instead of being specialized per chat or voice, although this one has like get ID, name. This guy has create. And it's a server only thing. Huh. Hmm. Maybe we should go back to having these guys. Let's see what happens if we do this. So if we do this now, by virtue of being a channel voice, then it doesn't have an ID anymore. Hmm. We could ask ID as an argument. I'm basically trying to decide how much of the of the current implementation I want to destroy and trying to rethink through all at once. I think I want to split this into multiple jobs, like into distinct phases, so that I don't do too much all at once. So what I'm thinking is that we ask for an ID here. Oh, there's also the name. Indexes name put. Indexes name put. We're indexing by name. Where are we indexing by name? I think has to do with preparation for like mentioning channels. Although at this point this makes no sense. Why is voices indexed by name? What does we do with the other one? We also index by name. Yeah, I think that the name index is useless at this point. No, that is not true because that's when the user is typing. When the user is typing, you want to index by name. But then we want one index. No, we don't want an index per type. Hmm. I'm starting to think that channels should be just a structure that contains an array hash map and managed of channel ID channel. Or that internally contains an array of chats and then an index of chats. Sorry, an index contains an array of channels and then has an index of chats, an index of voices, and then an index by name. Yeah, I think this guy needs. Okay, so this needs to be like this. Like auto hash map. So what is the key for chats? Hmm. You know what? Frankly, I think this should be it. I think that this should be it. Channels.set GPAC. Channels.set. Okay. So set. Get put channel ID. Yeah. Index is name, put channel name. Yeah. Get channel ID gives you a channel. Get ID. Give it a name. Finds by name. Name you. This name gives you channel. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think that this is how channels should play out in the end. We'll see. Okay. Awebo host get room colors RID. Sorry, channel. Oh, room ID. Okay. Get voice room. Channel doesn't have the init. Okay. Reach eligible code. Okay, there's an asset that's stripping. But we have more stuff to fix. No field name voices in Straka Awebo host in channel list. Yeah, okay, so this is good. Channels list is part of the UI that renders like channels. And previously in the UI, we had like a distinction between chat channels and voice channels. And now we're not going to do that anymore. Now we are going to render them one after the other. So we're going to do like channel list basically, which doesn't exist, but it should basically replace these two here. Let's turn chat list into channel list. Scroll area, blah, 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 vertical menu. Sure. Is this the settings menu, which does nothing? No, the list itself is a menu, right? So this is doing for chats items values. Okay, so this becomes for channels dot items values. So these are all channels now. And I guess we want to switch depending on what type of channel it is. So switch c.kind for chat. We want to do basically everything that we were already doing, probably, or close to. For voice, we'll want to do what we were doing in voice list or something along those lines. So menu item horizontal, if item activated, active channel equals this can be a channel ID. C.id. Okay. Hmm. Detect if it is active or not. Depending on if it's active, we change how we render it. And then we read into the name. Awesome. If it is voice, what do we do? We want to render a lot more shit. We can do render voice. Render voice channel. So instead of a for loop, we don't do this. We don't do separator. We don't do if open. We don't do voices menu. We don't do the for loop. We still need a full channel though, because we still need a full channel because otherwise well, we lose name and stuff. At least for now. There's also IDX. Okay. DVUI box. Hmm. Yeah, I think we need a couple of these guys. Then I don't get though this problem. Expected type expression found defer. How did we land there? Yeah, you know what? I think I was wrong. I think one goes here, one goes here. Oh, God, man. Okay, now if open, no scroll area, no voices menu, no for loop, and then there's a lock in here. What? Okay. Channel. And use local constant. Oh, surprising. No separators. At this point, no block or yes block. Yes block. I guess. There's no core. What the fuck is core? Guess it's state. Oh man, we have app core things of all kinds. So this is an instance of, does app contain core? App contains core. There we go. Mystery solved. Oh, don't tell me we don't have app in here. But god damn it. Channel list voices, no voices. Yeah. Mm, oh, I see. So this is more like an if now. There we go. Okay, we're in channel list, joined voice. Expected type found what? Well, channel can gives you a pointer, so oh no, to be fair, this is a voice. This is not a channel, but we do need a V name and stuff. So yeah, you're right. This is not V. This is a channel, or what did they call it? Channel, yeah. Hmm. Host dot client dot colors get room. Uh, yeah, yeah. Oh, get voice room. Okay. Channel list cannot return error. Main 69. Active channel. Right. Well, now we have to switch on h dot channels dot get ID. Channels dot get ID. No, get. Dot question mark dot kind. Yeah, and then there's also the case where it is null. So what do we do with it is null? Guess we do nothing, but render nothing for now. Message list. Well, that is actually a good point. Where do those messages leave? Because messages, oh, they exist in they're in the client only part of chat. I guess. I'm assuming. Hmm. Message send with a chat. Chat message new in core. Client messages add. Well, found something constant. Okay. Oh, this is the okay. This is the client side of message synchronization. Oof. Um, channels get blah blah blah. I guess we can do the question mark instead of or else. Um, get channel question mark dot client. Don't message not dot kind. Client chat again. %. Chat panel. Okay, something wrong is happening here. 74. I'm passing down C, which is chat instead of being a channel. Okay, let's make this a channel. Oh, we literally just pass it down. Okay. So yeah, definitely. Message list. Okay. Expected chat found channel. Okay, now we're in protocol error territory. All unions in a message must define a protocol decal. uh, what is it that we changed in our protocol that now doesn't have that? I guess we need to make this message better. Oh, it's a union. Oh, I know what it is. It's channel. Channel is missing the protocol. Oh, because we have it outside, but we don't have it inside. There we go. Are you happy now? Also, let's do it this way. Or even better. There you go. Root source file, Awebo channel voice has no member named protocol. Channel voice. Oh, I took out protocol. Well, that's not good. Okay, now the server fails to compile. The root source file like Awebo has no member channels. Okay. Channel ID. Right now we have a different system, don't we? So instead of chats, we have channels. Yeah, no, this is all wrong. Now we want all channel information and we want to put that into our channels map. Yeah. Okay, there's a lot of moving pieces, and I'm not 100% sure that I'm doing everything right in this refactoring, but these are all at least broad stroke changes that need to happen. So this is good. So instead of doing channels where kind is something, we do no kind, we do nothing, we do just rows like this. We do a Awebo host channels. Yeah. And for every entry, we do also kind. Mm-mm-mm. So I guess I want to do a union init. Channels set. What does this do? It wants a channel. So I think we want it like this. Dot ID equals. So we want this. Then dot kind equals at union init. And then I don't remember how you do a union init. And you know what? Then this means that we want this bad boy to be its own thing. There we go. So basically we want a union init where it's kind and then it's a default struct, something along those lines. Union init, com time union type, right? Type is awebo.channel.kind. Com time active field name. Oh, okay, I see. So this is which on kind. Missing start field privacy. Oh, thank you. So there we go. So with this, we load all channels. This does voices, so no voices. There we go. No function format in Awebo channel. I think you're right. Oh no, you're right. But that is on me. Invalid format string T. Is it in channel? Yeah. Okay. So with this, we have made some progress. Now host will make more sense. Then we have latest messages, and now latest messages needs to be more complicated, I think. Okay. We're making progress. This is a huge refactoring, but this is all necessary. Unfortunately, I'm not getting to a compiling state. I think it's going to be a while before I get it to a compiling state. But these are all good changes. So, yeah. Oh, also, here's what I'm doing wrong. I just noticed there's a channels in the host in our state in there, and there's a channels in host also. We need to be careful. We need to be careful because channels right now we're making it we have this guy here and then we have that guy there, and it's unclear which is which. But this is I think this should be server only state inside of here, because we want to have channels and we do want to index them by ID. And I think all we want is state only, server only state inside of a channel where we keep uh where we keep messages, although the client wants to do the same. Like the client as well wants to keep messages in here. So you know what, maybe this is not like server only at all. Maybe this is something that we both share, client and server. Okay. I think this is time for me to, I don't know how long I want to go on stream, because I'm starting to get really into the deep of the refactoring, and I'm worried that by doing it on stream, I'm not gonna put enough like all the necessary mental energy. So I think I'm gonna stop streaming here. You started some prep work for the TUI. Awesome, thank you. I'll take a look later. I'm assuming your UPR did. So I think I'm gonna stop here. And awesome, thank you. And I'm gonna continue later tonight on my own a little bit. Maybe I'll join Discord. I don't know. We'll see. But I want to take it easy because I want to make sure that this refactoring is not completely, I'm not doing anything completely dumb. Most of it definitely makes sense. I just feel like I'm not following 100% what I'm trying to do. Partially because I'm doing this on stream. So taking a break, and I'll see you all soon, probably tomorrow. And it has a PR about globals. Yeah, I've already merged it. Unless he made another one in the meantime. So let's see. Okay. Thank you all.